story kind and true, words of wisdom shining through. Oh, rocket wolf on the stream so bright, chasing shadows, bringing the light, with pixels flashing and a voice so clear, banishing boredom, calming fear. He delights and lifts us high, with wisdom shared beneath the digital sky, entertaining, full of cheer. So glad to have a rocket wolf here. It's more than just watching a screen unfold, it's finding courage, brave and bold. He builds a space where folks connect, showing kindness and respect. Turns a dull night into fun, inspiring viewers one by one. With every stream he plays his part, putting encouragement in every heart. Oh, rocket wolf on the stream so bright, chasing shadows, bringing the light, with pixels flashing and a voice so clear, banishing boredom, calming fear. He delights and lifts us high, with wisdom shared beneath the digital sky, entertaining, full of cheer. So glad to have a rocket wolf here. So tune on in, don't delay, let Rocket Wolf brighten up your day. Yeah, Rocket Wolf, keep shining on, stream until the break of dawn, or whenever you sign off. Woo! Woo! The world outside feels gray and slow. Got that screen fatigue, nowhere to go. Scrolling feeds the same old view, wishing for something fresh and new. Then a ping, a welcome sight. Rocket Wolf's going live tonight. Click the link, the channel loads. Time to share the daily loads. Oh, Rocket Wolf on the stream so bright, chasing shadows, bringing the light, with pixels flashing and a voice so clear, banishing boredom, calming fear. He delights and lifts us high, with wisdom shared beneath the digital sky, entertaining, full of cheer. So glad to have a rocket wolf here. Maybe gameplay sharp and fast, or just a chat that's built to last. He reads the comments, sees the names, ignites community flames. If someone's down or feeling lost, he counts the gain, ignores the cost, shares a story kind and true, words of wisdom shining through. Oh, Rocket Wolf on the stream so bright, chasing shadows, bringing the light, with pixels flashing and a voice so clear, banishing boredom, calming fear. He delights and lifts us high, with wisdom shared beneath the digital sky, entertaining, full of cheer. So glad to have a rocket wolf here. It's more than just watching a screen unfold, it's finding courage, brave and bold. He builds a space where folks connect, showing kindness and respect. Turns a dull night into fun, inspiring viewers one by one. With
And buttons, all the buttons. Don't forget the buttons. Button. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good time zone, wherever you're at in the world. We are live here in the Rockwool Studios in far north Queensland, Australia, the island continent. Hope everyone is doing well. It is a TGIFriYAY here. Still a Thirsty Thursday in the UK, Europe, and Africa, and USA, Canada, and Mexico. And it is trash day today. And the sun is coming up over the trash cans. What a beautiful looking morning sky there. Let's get a look at our weather. And it is 69 degrees with no map. There it is. That took a while. Where is our weather? Oh, it's spotty all over the place. But a beautiful morning, and to say the least, 72 degrees. There we go. My favorite temperature. Yeah, so nothing much in the news really. Brent crude's come down to about $115 a barrel. Gold hovering around $4,600 an ounce. Bitcoin racing to an all-time low. Other than that, not much going on. Thank you very much for the redeem, and good morning to Miss Bandit and Mr. Secretara. That takes care of our first and second in stream. We got started way late this morning, and this is going to be the hazard of streaming first thing in the morning. Peanut and I did not get much sleep last night because we were both sick from mild food poisoning. So we didn't get much sleep. Plus, I had to rush off to the store this morning to get some medicines for us to help calm things down. So that delayed us getting started. Yeah, not too bad. It happens when you're not careful picking seafood. So we live on the coast. It was seafood. When I lived in Florida, of course, we would get our Maine lobster, even though Florida is like the fishing capital. But, you know, we'd get our red snapper, our mullet, catfish, or whatever, shrimp and whatnot. We'd get it from the local markets. And since we live here on the coast in Australia, same thing, we have local fish markets. But, stupid me, went to the store, and they don't call them shrimp here in Australia, they call them prawns. And I wanted to get some king prawns, right? So, huge shrimp, right? They almost look like mini lobsters. So I picked up a package of frozen prawns the other day and popped them in the freezer, and we had some last night. The only problem is I forgot to check the label. It was not local. It came from Singapore or China or something like that and was shipped in. And they don't have the same food safety regulations as Canada and the US does. And yeah, not so fresh, apparently. So yeah, we paid that price. To teach me a lesson to always check the labels to see what's what. Oh yeah. So yeah, it was a rough night and a slow start to the morning for sure. But all good. And let's see. Our game, let's see, we had some updates last night, didn't we? I forgot what the patches were. But nonetheless, let's get on over to our game scene and see what we can see. As we get the launcher launching. Happy May 1st.
Hey, Rocket. How you doing?
Hey, Bandit. All good in the Down Under Hood. We are on May 1st. So we are enjoying the future way ahead of everybody else that is still in April. We are in May already. And that means Mother's Day is coming up soon, I reckon. When is that coming up? Cinco de Mayo is on May 5th, of course. May the 4th be with you, and May the 4th. And it looks like Mother's Day is on the 10th of May. So if you haven't gotten your flowers and cards and candies ready for Mom, don't wait till the last minute. You know that's going to catch you in the end if you do. It always does me. So, because of how old I am, we're going to be doing Mother's Day for my sister. So Peanut's going to get involved and do his own Mother's Day card. And we're going to do some virtual hugs and, of course, have our virtual meetup on that weekend. Don't forget to thank Mom for giving birth to you. Okay. I'm not going to go chase down those ridiculous Xeno scraps. That's just kind of bogus. So we're actually going to play with trains today. All the trains stuff. And figure out how those lay out and whatnot. So what we're going to do is take a look at some of our ore veins. So we can only have like one item going up and one item going down on platforms. And it looks like we've got 2 Toluxite sites. 1 Xeno, 1 Ignium, and 1 Technum so far. The closest of which is Toluxite. So we're going to go over, and I know this one is a deep drilling. And we're going to bring these over to where they're being processed at. So it seems we've got, I believe this cargo ship is to bring the Olamite fracking fluid, I guess it is. Yeah. And we've got plenty. All right. So this is being belted out, coming down from below. From many different spots, and here it's going up on a shipping pad. Which has actually got a stack of 400 in there. How awesome is that? Mr. Jack, PS9. Good day to you, sir. Happy TGI... Nope. Happy Thirsty Thursday, Mr. Canuckian. Hope you're doing well today, this evening. Okay, so the current operation is to send it by ship. And it is, Oh, and we are also sending the discs. Wafers. So we have an opportunity for 2 train stations, well, a train station with 2 different types of cargo. All right, one is toluxite ore and the other one is wafers. So we are going to take a look at their destinations first. The toluxite wafers, I believe, are going to the bot factories, and the ore, toluxite ore, should be coming over here to the main factory somewheres. And we're just going to verify that before we start setting up train stations with origin and destination set to them. It's Fermolite. Alright, I don't see toluxite ore coming out to these. These are all delivery, cargo deliveries. Those are all input belts to all the platforms. Yeah, okay. Unless there's one over here. Let's get some light on the situation. Alright, ignium going to power. Wafers are coming out here, so wafers are actually being brought to main base, not over to the robot factories. Alright, so we've identified that one. Whee! Alright, steel beams here. I have a feeling toluxite ore. This is not toluxite. Those are not toluxite. That's not toluxite. Wonder where we're bringing toluxite to. Besides making wafers. These are liquids. Yep, that's the green fluid. And so is that. That's ignium. There it is. Oh, hang on, that's not toluxite ore. That's the already processed. Oh, that's probably what's happening. Okay. We're making the toluxite ingots even though there's ore over at the base. We're turning those into ingots already. So the ore is not actually leaving the base. So wafers and ingots are coming over to the main base. Well, that's a little bit of brain fog for you. I looked at that panel and I saw ore instead of ingots themselves. So Jack, how is that Shapes 2 going for you? Yeah, this is ingots going out, not ore. Yep, sure is. What's in here? Oh, Whole bunch of biomass. All right, so the ore is going in and becoming ingots and getting shipped out. All right, so both of those are going to the main base. So we have an input or output of ingots on this side, and we have an output of wafers on that side. So stands to reason we're going to be replacing this launching pad with a train station. So let's put our first one down and see what it looks like. Almost got a make anything machine made. However, it breaks if there are empty spaces in the shape. Oh, no kidding. Is that a game glitch or on purpose? Or is that just a lack of supplied material? So basically you can't place it and start it up if there are empty spaces. That's what it sounds like. You have to make sure you've got all the product coming to it before you can place it down. Which, that kind of sucks. If you can place the machine, you can use it for pre-planning. Well, wait a minute. Do the machines have an on-off switch? The logic I have for it at the moment doesn't have a bypass if the other cell does. Aha. So do you reckon it has an on-off switch so that can the operation be paused or stopped while you're routing other cells or other materials? No. That's a bummer. That kind of forces you to have a mind's eye visual of what needs to be where and how before you even place the machine. Which means you got to know exactly what it looks like, where the inputs and output ports are and all that. Oh, I was going to ask, as far as shapes and shapes 2 go, can you place ghost machines, you know, a ghost print of something before actually placing the machine? You know how we got that in some builder games? All right, 2 high-speed inputs, 2 high-speed outputs. Look at that. How cool is that? Loading direction. Aha! Load or unload. So this is a pickup or a drop-off. My next level unlocks like 4 more colors, so I'll have to add those to it. No ghosts, as the machines are... Ah, righto, okay. All right, so a loading... Okay, so loading and unloading for train stations. No, for loading stations. What does a train station do? train station has no inputs or outputs. Interesting. Train station. Train limit sets how many trains may go to this station at the same time. Can be useful to prevent rail congestion if trains have the same station assigned. Really? Well, hang on a second. Be right back. Gotta take care of something real quick. Be right back. All right, sorry about that. All right, so I guess what we should probably look at is this one. A solution for transporting large quantities of goods or long distances. Start by placing tracks according to your needs, then add 2 or more train stations next to the tracks, wherever you want your train to stop at. 2 or more. Add 2 or more train stations next to the tracks wherever you want your train to stop at. I wonder why. Assign a name to each station at its screen panel. Place train loading stations directly adjacent to your train stations. You will need 1 per train wagon. Configure the train loading stations to either load or unload items from... Okay, so you'll need the train station, and then the cargo trains will stop in line with... Got it. Train stations for the engine. Loading pads for each cargo segment of the train. Train wagon. Configure the train loading station to either load or unload items from or to the train. Okay. Place a train engine with 1 or more train wagons on the train tracks. On the train engine screen panel, there is a schedule button, which allows you to configure the train's autopilot mode, add the train stations by their unique names, and set conditions such as wait until full, wait until empty, blah, blah, blah. Lastly, enable the autopilot checkbox and watch your train move accordingly. Okay. That makes perfect sense, just like in Satisfactory. If you want a train to move both forwards and backwards, you need 2 engines. Push me, pull you. That's right, because you have to have an engine facing in the direction it can travel. Yep, or do loops. So a forward in the back, or just a loop like the one above. Train engine is the locomotive that pulls wagons. It can only move forward in autopilot mode, can move backwards if manually piloted. It starts directly at train station. For trains that should move in both directions, train stations without it being a loop, you need an outward facing engine on both ends of the train. Yep. Wagon, depending on type, can carry either solid or liquid gaseous goods in large quantities. Several wagons can be chained to a single engine. It is recommended to transport only one type of goods per one wagon for the ease of management. What? So it's possible to store two types of goods in a wagon? Why would they need to say that? So you can place like two different liquids in a wagon, which is not recommended. So the train stations are only needed for automatic pilot. If I wanted to move all the trains manually or ride with them, I don't need the train station. I can just load them up and drive them. Trains can approach stations from both directions. You can use signals to force a certain approach direction. Yep. The train loading station needs to be placed next to the train tracks, adjacent to a train station. It can be set to either load or unload goods. Stops directly by its side. One train loading station is required per wagon of the train. Each loading station has its own internal storage and must be loaded or unloaded using conveyor belts. Yep. Yep. Train station, loading stations. Got it. Signals are used for voiding. Yep, we know how that works. Yep. Train segments are visualized in different colors while having a signal equipped, and shows you the allowed direction of travel. This allows you to verify that your segments are set up properly. Cool. Travel to the left, travel to the right. Signals are one way, right side. So this is right side driving. Want trains passing through a segment in both directions, you need signals on both sides of the track, so that you get the both. Yep. Trains will always travel as far as possible until they arrive at an occupied segment where they will wait. Yep, that's standard signaling. Righto, so chain signals, which are basically called choices. So you have two different choices of direction, which is straight through or a turn. You use a chain signal. Chain signals only allow a train to enter a segment if the upcoming signal afterwards is also green. So if he's waiting here, this one is green, it can pass through. Or if it's green, it can pass through. And of course, it will have a choice based on its destination. They are generally used to mark crossings as exclusives, as you wouldn't want a waiting train to block a crossing. You can swap to chain signals by holding down the right mouse button while having the train signal item equipped. Cool. All right. Well, they got very clear and concise instructions on how to operate trains. Which is more than I can say for some games, which only leave you to your current knowledge, real-world knowledge. of train signaling. So let's get rid of this one. And let's get rid of this one. And that gives us an idea of how we're going to set up to replace our launching pad. Which I wonder, so let's now try the train track itself. First of all, let's see if it can run off of, yep. It can run off the platform so we can have imaginary train trestles. Sweet. Boy, that's an elaborate train track, hey? So it looks like it's run by gears. So wheels on the two edges and gears turning push against these blocks to move it forward or backwards. That's an interesting design. So like a water or paddle wheel boat, instead of having two paddle wheels on the outside, it's got a paddle wheel in the middle. Huh. How cool is that? Rudimentary, but yeah. Alright, oopsie.
Been sitting here talking, trying to figure out why you weren't answering, and realized I muted because I was eating something.
Oh, there you go. Well, that was cautious. Did you have a question? Were you asking a question?
Can't remember what now. I was just kind of prattling on, commenting on your commenting about trains.
Okay.
I haven't gotten to trains in Satisfactory yet. I haven't played Satisfactory in forever.
Yeah. Well, they're
I
kind of
got
fun.
into Vintage Story and haven't been back to most of my other games.
Yeah, they can be pretty fun.
I got to what was it? Coal power,
Yeah.
and I think that's where I left off in Satisfactory.
Ah, okay.
I had
Yeah.
a lot of trouble visualizing and getting coal set up.
Yeah. Well, it's definitely a game that can take up many, many, many hours of gameplay. That's for sure. Which is a good
I intend
thing.
to get back to it eventually. I intend to get back to Foundry eventually too.
Right. Too many games, not enough hours.
Exactly.
Rods, plates, and beams should be fairly close. There's beams right there. Dun dun dun. They're actually coming from over here. Because they're coming from down below. Beat the games faster? That's right. Carry a big stick and beat them faster. Alright, let's grab a goodly amount of these. Because I'm not exactly sure how many are going to be required. Actually, let's take a look how many are required. So, Assembler 1 takes 40 beams, Assembler 2 takes 60. It's 1-to-1, straight across the board. 80 beams, 80 tracks. 60 beams, 60 tracks. Right.
Well, at least there's no complex mathing involved in that.
Yeah, absolutely. Mr. Zombie, how are you doing, mate?
Hey, zombie.
Eating ice cream? You're not talking about Toto. Were you talking about the one before it? I mean, Africa? This one? Wasn't that a, Weird Al Yankovic song that he transposed all the lyrics to? Oh, is there? Okay. All right, there are 40 in here. So I reckon I could go ahead and uproot this. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. We gotta watch this. This is funny. All right, we're gonna watch it. Hang on. Let's start it from the beginning. Good day, Mr. Hunter. There's some subtitles up here too. All right, mate. Uh, That's funny as. Thanks for sharing that, zombie. That was funny as. Never seen that one. I like the Weird Al one. That was funny. Okay. Yep, so we got 40 in there now. All right. Let's take these back a few. I know I could have spammed that, but we'll just move that out of the way so that we can set up a rotation to come pick up. I don't know how fast the trains move, so we'll set up for one loader. To start with. And I reckon what we'll do is we'll leave room. Oops. We'll leave room for two just in case, because I don't know what the stack count is. Boy, look at how much that skips. Why can't you place that like one tile? Oh, you have to come out of snap mode for that to happen. All right, so we'll place one there. One there. And one there. So that's just our spacing. In case we need to add 3 of those. And then we'll bring... Nope. Oops. That's an output. We actually don't need an output. All right, let's see how many she holds. Whee! Manage inventory. So 3, 6, 9, 10, 10 slots. 10 and 6 more. 16, 3,200 it'll hold. Wow. All right, so this is going to be a load. All right. Now, in order for it to... Let's see if a station will snap next to it. Yep, sure will. Snap right in the air. We'll put that in there anyway. All right, and these... What have we got? 35? Oh. Wrong one. We want the train station. Now, does track go... Which side... That's the other thing. Which side does track go on? Aha. These look like loading dock lights. Ah. See, that's kind of important as well. Oh boy, that snap is horrible. Were we able to rotate? Are we able to rotate items that were already on the... What was that, key? It wasn't Q. That just copies. Thought we were able to rotate items already on the ground. Or already, oh, what was it? No, Hunter, I gave up on that, actually. I was like, damn this. Wasn't F. I know, right? Was it shift rotate? Rotate? What was the hotkey for rotating items on the belts on the ground, or rotating... I don't know. We'll just do that. I thought there was a way to rotate. I forgot. There is a way to rotate what's already on the ground. I forgot what it was. Yeah, I'm not either, Hunter. 100% with you on that. That is just the most annoying. I think Shift Q will copy the recipe, which in this case should copy the station name. Oh, for crying out loud, seriously? That snap is horrible. No, Teluxite Station did not save when I used Shift Q to copy. That's a bummer. Okay. Stairs on this side. Loading dock on this side. Very nice. And then track. Jeez, look how much that jumps. I think it requires the aim. Yeah, so it requires freehand mode is just as bad as snap mode. It said place it next to. I guess that's next to. Interesting. Ooh, look at that. Auto curve. Could be zombie. I don't remember for sure. All right, we need a standard wagon and a standard engine. Boy, an engine takes a lot. There we go. And we've got ads, of course. All right, let's place our engine down. Of course, it doesn't snap, so... Very cool. Well, it's not loading. Can we drive the train? Control panel. Steering direction? Why would you have a right or a left steering direction? Well, the signaling tells the train which way to steer. Do you think that's a steering direction is forward and backwards? That says straight. This says turn right. That says turn left. Signaling on the track, on the rails, determine direction. Could be, but that's kind of hard to see what's coming up unless you're actually in the locomotive. That seems like it passed its destination. Ugh, So sorry about that. Ah, cool. That's nice. So tracks will actually remove blocks. Can we not get in the engine? So if you're not in the engine, you can't tell it when to turn. Oh, I was right. See the gears? It's just like a paddle wheel boat, except it uses a central gear. Manual controls active. No, we've got autopilot. Oh, add condition. Wait until full. There we go. 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 Aha! No valid path. How more direct can you get? Teluxite pickup. Whoops. All right, this is the loading station. This is the loading station. This is the train station. No linked tracks. I created the schedule, zombie. Why are the tracks not linked when this is as close as I can get to it? Is it actually facing the wrong way? I could swear there was a key to rotate already placed objects. Can't remember what it was. We've got a drone. I guess this is a construction drone, so why can't I use it? Oh, this snapping sucks. So I guess you have to place the track first. And then the loading station? All right, we'll get it figured out. Let's see what's what. No linked tracks. Well, from the size of those blocks, there's no way to place it closer. See, these platforms make me think that this is the side that faces the track. Is that linked? Oh, it's linked. Wow. So you cannot place the track next to the station. So you have to place the track first, and then place the station or the loading dock next to it. Because these are actually, the center of these rails are the center or the edge of a block. So they're technically they're 4 blocks wide on the edge of the block, not centered on the center of the block. The stations or all other objects go to the edge of a block. All right, so why can't I place that rail over 1 block? So this is snap mode, and this is freehand mode. Why can't I select the center being on this edge of the blocks or this edge of the blocks? Wow, I don't like that at all. There is no variation. It will only snap in the world where the world says it can snap to. So if belts take up a section of block, then the rail cannot be placed next to it. It has to, it'll definitely go 3. Yep. It snaps to a world location regardless of what's in between them, unless a block takes up. In which case it no longer snaps to that location. Wow. Alright, so rails only go where rails go, and everything is based on where the rails snap in the world, which is loading docks and train stations. Ugh. See, that did not snap in the right place. Wow. That is difficult at best. Yeesh. Oh, look at that. Automatically starts going. Dun dun dun. Yep. Everything out of the station almost instantly. open container, and there they are in the container. So the dock and the wagon are exactly the same 16 slots. 6 and 6, 12, sorry. Yeah, 16 slots, 12 and 4. Weird number. Okay. Well, we've got that madness figured out. Yay! So now we've got an elevated... I wonder how rails are going to elevate or go downhill. Uphill and downhill is going to be interesting. So let's find our wafers delivery, which was... Wafer delivery was right here. Nope. It was right over here. Nope. No, that's steel. Here they are. Okay, this is our wafer delivery. So this is going to be interesting. A deliver and a turnaround, maybe? Ah, I know what we can do. Hang on a second. Be right back. All right, sorry about that. Okay, so this is actually going to be fortuitous because all we have to do is bring train platforms underneath and then put an elevator right next to it to bring it right straight up. So in this case, we can eliminate this bad boy. Boom. Bring the train along in this direction underneath, and then just plop an elevator platform right there. So why don't we set a target? Let's do this. I don't know why I have a ledge. Oh, power. Probably. Yep, power cables. All right, so let's take... yeah, that's the center. I don't remember how tall the trains are. Not super tall. But let's just do this. All right, so we'll need two for the width of the elevator. That's where the elevator fits on. Then of course we'll need an input for the elevator and then the width of the train station. Let's just go out here somewhere. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4 is the elevator. 1, 2, 3 is the width of the elevator. Elevator bottom. Forgot what elevators look like in here. Huh? Elevators, elevator. Mobility. Elevator, that's the wrong one. That's a personal. What is there only one kind of elevator now? Wow, reactor fuel. There they are. Huh. We can upgrade that elevator later. All right, that's fine. Huh, the power cable. Right through the elevator. That's all right. Oops. So we'll go ahead and put a loader in there. of the input type. And then we will want, oops, where am I going? Doesn't need to travel far. Yeah, it doesn't need to travel far. And an unloading station. All right, so let's rotate that facing this way. God, I hate that. That's a horrible snap option. 4 spaces. That works. That's fine. All right. Oh, that's right. We have to place the rail first. One, 2, 3, 4. Because the rail's not going to snap right next to the station where it needs to go. All right, so we got the station. Nope, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you remove the station. It's going to snap where it's going to snap. All right, yeah, drag the plane down is Q. Whoa! Repetitive Q. Okay, very cool. And then, of course, it levels out. I was just guessing at this altitude. I don't know if this is height 141. Perfect. All right, now this is going to need a corresponding station, and uh-oh. I see. Oh, what was the quick action for Shift F? Hopefully that's all that was blocking it. Yes. Why can't that snap right to the edge of the building? Seriously, I'm moving one block, not even one block. Crazy. Ah. All right, so our rail is going to be 141. Yep, 141. Let's go make sure our rail over here goes up to 141. If it's not already at 141. And we are at 131, so missed it by 10 blocks. That's all right. All right, so let's do, that's level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 141. Oh. Make more. Looks like we're going to be cutting through a mountain. Just misses that belt. Look at that. Cuts right through a mountain. How sweet is that? Don't need a boring machine or anything. Now, is that going into my inventory? Nope. Sweet. Sweet. There it is right there. Yeah, diagonals can cut the path short, or the number of blocks. Ah. Shift demolish doesn't work on rails.
Well, that seems odd.
Oh, there's a little block associated with them. Hold on. Oh, it's gone. Yep, doesn't work on tracks that I can tell. That's all right. All right, we're connected in one direction. I would like to see how fast this train goes at max speed. So we've only got not quite 6 slots full. I'm not going to wait for 10. So let's change our... What was that? Oops. Let's change our schedule. Have to change it in the engine? You can't change it in the station. Okay. Let's say inactive for 20 seconds. And then add a stop. Drop off. Yeah, connected drop off. How come it's not showing up? There it is. Something happened to your mic, Bandit.
I've got a second stream up.
Oh, there you go. All right,
I'll mute.
All right. We could hear something, we just couldn't hear it clearly. All right, edit.
Yeah, I've got a second
off.
stream up trying to keep a streak going.
Wait until empty. All right, so this should wait. Until nothing's happened for 20 seconds. There goes 1, 2. Well, that might be a problem. 3. Yeah, it's not going to be 20 seconds in between each one of those. Let's make that 3 seconds. There it goes. Wait, I want to ride. I can't ride the train. And he's way faster than me. Why can't we ride the train? Hmm? Okay. Now, it will wait here until it's empty. It is empty, but it's got nowhere to go. Okay. Return track. Well, this is working out. All right, now, how tall is this bugger? It's not going to clear that foundation. Too tall. That sucks. Which means it needs to start going downhill immediately. I don't know that that's going to be enough. All right, this was 141. And this is stuck. I think it was 149. Yep, 149. So we only needed to drop 8. Yeah, weird. Yep, so it recognizes the fact that the track is too close, and we need to drop that down. Just enough to clear the platform, which will be fine. Yep. This is 147. Six, 45, 44, 43, 42, 41. And it looks like we got a pretty clear shot that way also. Yep, that's 141. Whoopsie. That's so cool. Oh, we got a break coming up. All right. The turn back, we want it to be behind. And it's going to be close to this station as well. Yeah. So we're going to draw track backwards from here. Ooh, that's going to be wide. Which means we're only going to have one cargo drop here, which I guess is going to be fine. 16 slots is pretty freaking huge. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 8. A little higher. Let's undo that again. Undo that one and that one. One, two, three. That should be high enough.
Coming up on ads.
Yes, very shortly. Thank you very much for that.
I like to miss my ads. I like to
Right.
just kind of go off into la la land. But at least until I get my knee surgery, I have to get up and move around, or that knee locks up and becomes excruciatingly painful to unlock.
Yep. Yep.
It's just good for me to get up and move every hour anyways, because I tend to sit
True.
crafting or gaming or whatever at the computer. So getting up every hour isn't a bad thing.
Yeah, indeed. Not wrong about that. Oh my goodness, look at that guesstimate. I only missed it by one block up. How about that?
That's pretty darn good.
That was just a lucky guess. E is up. We gotta back up. We'll take off one more.
Yeah, I've got a watch streak going in another channel that I'd like to kind of preserve.
All right.
So I jumped in there to do that. And I was on mobile for that, so it was coming through my phone speaker and was being picked up by my mic.
Right. I wonder if that's connected. That's not a very smooth connection.
It doesn't look like it's connected to me.
Well, I reckon it's not connected. Uh-oh, I don't think it's going to connect, and we're into ads already. We're going to take a break here before we analyze this and take a look at it again. So we're going to do a bio break, everybody, and a stretch and a hydrate and all that, and we'll be right back. Hang in there. All right, welcome back. Thanks for hanging around through the ad break.
Welcome back.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Elvis has left the building. All right, let's see if this will even... Oops. It's probably not going to elevate. Oh, it does. Ha. Connected. Excellent. Okay. Just needs a few extra spaces to do it, but it is connected.
I was worried there for a minute that you weren't going to be able to get it.
I know, right? That would have sucked if it was a one block issue where it can't go up one block. It just needed the length to go up one block smoothly. Okay, so now we've got a loop established. And with the track laid first, that also means we can put a station in second, and this will get our ingots, which will eliminate... Oh, there's our train. I want to ride the train. I wonder if we can ride the train. Here we go. I'm not having to touch any keys. You just have to have a solid edge to hold your feet in place. I bet you my head hits the rocks. Boom. I knew that was going to happen. I knew that was going to happen.
You called it.
So I wonder if we can actually sit on the front of the locomotive somehow. Oh, you're going too fast. All right, let's try this. Let's see if it'll push us. Yep. Okay, cool. So if you stand in front of it, it will push us, and let's see what happens on a ramp or a turn, a corner. Oh, we're glued to the front. How about that?
I'm not sure what good it does you, but interesting.
Well, apparently it's the only way to ride the train. I'm actually stuck in the train now because I can't, Oh, hang on. Yeah. I'm stuck in the train now. Oh, there we go. Yeah. All right. So. Now, the only good thing is... it's enabled, but it doesn't have... it says loading status is idle. I didn't see a power requirement. So I don't know how much the impact on our power network is.
Seems like it would tell you somewhere.
Yeah, I don't see, let's see if it says something in the, description. Zoom. Boy, he just zoomed right by without even stopping. Let's see. Station... 16 by 8 by 6, blast resistant, data system support, trains can stop here. Crafting time, production per minute. Nope, nothing about power consumption that I can see. All right, let's see if we can figure out, what was our power panel? F, no, it was V. Oh, I wonder if maybe we point our... can't point V at it. Yeah, copy, paste, data systems. Shift plus right click is copy configuration. Control Q copies target and settings. Okay. So it's Control Q, not Shift Q. So that doesn't help us. What else can we use? I don't recall reading anything about power consumption in here, and I didn't see it in any of the UIs. All right, what was the hotkey for our power grid? Well, let's take a look at one of these. See, these all have power grid information on them. Yeah, grid stats. All right, so I don't see... I see casting machines, crushers, electric, advanced smelters. Got a couple of transformers, few transformers with nothing on them. Cargo pads, fracking, ore veins. Yep, no trains associated with the grid. So, for now, it doesn't seem like trains have an impact on the power grid at all. They just run. Which is cool. All right, let's see if we can get all right, this is going to load into an elevator going up, which it won't do on the track side. So it will come over, and this will be elevator. So in order to see the elevator target, we do have to have a loading station next to the track. And we're going to have a train station. This is where the train station is going to have to go. right, let's do this. I wonder how that's going to work with curved sections of track. Can it actually stop at that station? That will be interesting to see. Now, we're going to put 3 of these in. And this one is going to be the train stop itself, not on the curve. Loading, loading. Oh, I need to make another train. All right, so now these loading stations, the very first one we cannot use because that one's in use. So we're going to shut that one off because we're going to test whether we can actually remove the station when the train has more than one wagon on it. So this will be a load. This will be an off. And then this one will be a train station. Facing, that's the correct direction. Okay. Whee! And this will be Telux ingot pickup. And let's copy that Telux ingot pickup and save it. And it's idle, so it is connected. Yay. Disabled. And this will be the third or the second wagon. Let's make sure we have another wagon. Steel beams. We need steel beams. And we're also gonna re-verify the Telux ingot drop-off point. Ingots were down below. There they are. All the way down below. We'll take 4 stacks. Also, we need to take a look at key binds because there is a hotkey for sprinting, which is left shift, but it's not a toggle. I just want to toggle it on and leave it on. Dang it. Why can't that be a toggle? That sucks. Okay, anyway. Luxite comes in on the main bus and is on the liquid side because those ingots are being converted. Well, there's the wafers. I was pretty sure... Here they are. Right here.
Oh, my grocery store had Tim Tams, so I tried the dark chocolate ones. Pretty good.
Ah, Tim Tams. Yeah, they're famous here in Australia. Oh, come on now. I hit Control F. Oh, it's Control Q. Or Shift F. Wow, just coincidentally... Just coincidentally, there is plenty of room to put a platform down here. Alright, let's get our aim first. And an aim on not a slope. Put us right there. Almost perfect. Where'd that hole go? Oh, way over here. Yep. Alright, we can see our target from down here. So what we're gonna do is remove the curved sections. And we're gonna put a straight section in long enough for the train station, plus, so we're gonna have to make... No, it's not lunchtime. We are out of xenoferrite plates. Yes, we are. Okay. We are going to grab them some plates. certainly got plenty of rods. Gonna have to get rid of some landing or some shipping pads here pretty soon. All right, we will make a one more. That'll make 3 loading stations altogether. Oh, it's gonna snap too far away. All right. There we go. So let's say that that's going to be switched out for a train station. Just barely on the edge where the ramp starts. Oh. It's way up off the platform, too. Let's put it right there. That's facing the wrong way. Way to go, Rocket. Doesn't matter. It's a placeholder. So we'll put one there that's going to be inactive. And one there that'll be active. So we'll shut that one down. We'll remove this one and put a train station in. Make sure it's facing the right way. And it is, by chance. Boom. Perfect. And this will be called drop off. Beautiful. All right, now, in order to drop them off, we will need an elevator. All right, so let's craft elevator. Yeah, it doesn't have to be an awesomely speedy. It's just to get us placeholders, and then we can upgrade speeds later up to our current, which I think we're at currently level 4. Yeah, we don't have any researches to do. We could do some mining efficiency. It's an infinite upgrade, just like pump jacks. All right. We are going to put that on the output side of the second. Let's just make it as short and just move it over a little bit. Thank you very much. Right there is good. Oh, that sucks. All right, we'll move it over a little more then. Yeesh. Oh, actually, there's no reason why we can't have it back this far. So the space would be right on. We can do that. No? That would be in the way of the rail. We can do that. I think. No, of course not. That puts us right in the middle of that line. Alright, the only viable one is to go much further down this way. And see where that puts us. Well, it's an open space. I guess that's better than nothing. It's not in the middle of a production line. Close. This one can extend out this way. This one can extend out. I'd actually kind of like to have it closer to here, so let's do this. Let's do a spot right there. That works. Okay. That works. All right, so that is going to be a loading station, and train station. So we'll actually be coming from this direction. This will be off or removed. So let's do input. Input and a belt. That's what we want. Okay. So this one's active. Yes. This one's inactive. Yes. This one is named. Drop off. Very good. There's our train. All right. Wait until empty. Add a stop. Enter text. Pickup conditions. Select site ingot pickup. Connected stations, yep. Set a condition. Oops. Delete that one. Add a condition. Wait 10 seconds idle. We'll see how that does. Apply it. Add the stop. Select site ingot drop off. Select site. Select site. This should be called wafers. I need to change those to wafers. Wait in seconds, 10 seconds. And this one is going to be until empty. Which it probably won't get empty. Wait inactive for 10 seconds, which means the belt is full. And apply. All right. Pick up wafers. Let's change this condition. Until empty is no longer good. Inactive for 10 seconds. And apply. Okay. Oops. All right. Take this one. Go way out here. I'd say if I was even, we should be able to make a perfect semicircle. Yep. Boom. Right around to there. Now. Schedule. Come back. All right, tell you what, I'll wait for him to come back over here and then I'll add another car. Gotta watch my fuel. Now we've got another car. Yes, no, not yet. Boom. I like the fact that the train is a lot quicker than flying. The spaceships are only just barely quicker than flying. But I reckon with the types of engines they have, they should be a lot faster. Now, 10 seconds should be long enough. Ta-da! Perfect. All right, here we go. Nothing to do there. I am literally stuck to the front of this train. All right, should be stopping here. Yay. Ah, I am stuck. There we go. Unstuck. Oh, he didn't stop. What? You know why? Oh, it's on. All right, one station. I forgot to bring the product up here. That's all right. All right, we will take this one out. Perfect. And we can put an elevator. We can put an elevator. Right there. One there. One there. Belts input. Before we start filling that up, manage inventory. Put all those in there. And we will wait for the train. To fill her up. And that's what this baby turned off. So we'll make sure that it'll load. And if it successfully loads, we'll remove the station in between. Mr. YOLO, thank you very much for the lurk, mate. Hope your stream is going well. And if you haven't checked out YOLO's stream, very much worthy of checking him out. All right, let's see how we do here. Yeah, look how fast that goes. Wee-hoo! All right, so now what we want to do is remove this station, and we will see if that continues to work the next time around. Oh, he didn't stop. It's on, it's active. He's got 21 in here. He's probably full. All right, so what we're going to do now is we're going to beat the train over there, hopefully. Yeah. All right, that one is disabled. This one should have unloaded. Well, it's empty. It didn't send anything on the belt. I don't know if that curve made a difference, but it didn't unload. Ah. Jeez. Disabled and train station. Got it. Now we've got to wait for her to come back around and see if she will unload. And that'll mean it'll unload with a station next to it that's disabled. All right, while we're waiting for her to come around, be right back. Hang in there. All right, I'm back. I think I missed it.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Did that bad boy unload? It did not unload. So we've got it set to unload. Unload. There's nothing in the inventory. I reckon it stopped. I heard it on the headphones. I just wasn't here. Unless he just passed right through and didn't stop. But we are named... Select ingot drop-off. Yep. Train is inbound. Here it comes. And it's got ingots. Yeah, it is unloading. Yay! And there it goes. Look at that. Sweet. I thought I was going to hitch a ride on it. It's speeding up. Way to go, Rocket. Oh, it didn't stop to load more. Oh. Idle. All right, let's see what the station says. Idle. Okay. It didn't stop to load up that little bit. So I don't know what the trigger is. It might need a full stack, but I don't know. Should load whatever's there, even if there's only one. I got any in my backpack? I do. So if it doesn't stop again, there's a full stack. If it doesn't stop again, it'll be because of the missing station. So even though that middle car is wafers and it's not going to load or unload here, you still, I'm thinking you're still going to need a loading station that's disabled in order for those to be connected, because they're not actually connecting through the rail, they're actually connecting through side-by-side positioning. Here it comes. Oh, he's stopping. Will it load? It took it. Okay, great. Yeah, I know why it skipped it. It's because the order It's the order of operations. So he's going to bypass that station right now because it's the order in which I have the trains, yep, scheduled. So I wonder if, oh, I'm not going to be able to catch up to him. That's all right. Don't have to catch up to him. I want to see if we can slide the schedule. Whee! He's going to zoom right past that one. There we go. Configure. Yeah, looks like we can slide them. All right, so Teluxite pickup to a drop-off, and then an ingot pickup. Yeah, that's actually correct. So we can put Teluxite pickup, Teluxite drop-off, ingot drop-off, and then ingot pickup. There we go. That's got it. So it will go to... Yep, it did it. Perfect. Alright, so with this one removed, we know we can remove the other one because it still operates like that. Sweet! So this one can stay as a station and a train station loading station. This one can be removed and it'll still stop here. Perfect. Now, if there's anything in the train at all, it should fill the first slot and then continue off of there. Now he should stop here instead of passing right through. Yep, he's stopping. And trickle. Nothing trickled. Nothing in it. That's why. Okay. Cool. Yeah, there's a little bit to load up. Got it. Perfect. And this should be a load up here. And we got ads running. I believe we got trains working in Foundry. Woohoo!
Awesome.
I think so too. And now we've learned the function, or how well they'll work with a station missing. Alright, let's go over here and wait for it to unload. So as long as they're connected initially, then you can remove them afterwards. That way you've got the spacing correct when you drop wagon cars onto the train. And this one stops to unload. Connecting, unloading, perfect. Yay! Woohoo! Which means we can remove this one now. Gonski, very good. And those extras we can put down in here. Bada bing, bada boom. Welcome back, everybody. Didn't miss anything. Thanks for sticking around during the ad break. We verified that you can indeed have a gap between train station and loading dock. As long as you have it there initially to get your spacing right, and then you can delete it afterwards. So I don't see any negative impacts of adding more train cars, but that's not to say there is a limit to how many you can have on a train. But so far there's no power grid requirement, and it doesn't so far 2 wagons on a train doesn't affect its speed that I can tell. This is very cool. This is very cool. So now we don't necessarily have to have shipping up to the space station for products, because trains can handle it all. So that can be good. We can use trains in place of cargo as well. Cargo ships are rather slow and throughput's rather minimal, but the train loading and unloading is pretty darn quick. I didn't check the official rate, but it was fast. All right, let's get this tree out of... Oh, I have to use a drill. There we go. How cool is that? Oink, empty. Now, is there a way to change the train schedule without aiming at the train? Set name, shut down. Nope. I do not see. So as long as you're aiming at the station, you're going to get the panel when you press E. Nope, so apparently you have to wait until you're at the train engine itself. What does U do? I've got U turned on right now, so the U is a hotkey at the bottom right of the screen. I can turn it on and turn it off. But it doesn't seem to be doing anything. I don't know what U does. Choo choo. Ha. All right, inactive for 2. Apply. Inactive for 2. Apply. Inactive for 2. There we go. That should be good. Oh, here's our speed. Does take a while to get up to speed. It actually did not get to max speed. Interesting. I wonder if that's weight-based or if it's acceleration speed and the track's just not long enough to reach its max. Oh. See if there's a proximity, how long this control panel stays here. Yep, there's a proximity. Because he went out of the chunk load, or the chunk area. Okay. Well, how cool is that? Now we can dedicate trains to ignium and xenoferrite and all kinds of things. So we can have a train that just goes around to the steam turbines, delivers fuel. I mean, it's not that it's sucking the way it is right now, but, you know, there's a lot of ore up on the station that can just stay on the train. So that'll be nice. And the trains can run continuously because there's no power draw. Ah ha ha, look at that. That's our first loop. Then we can have trains dedicated to our liquids. This is going to be great. Yep, disappeared into the fog distance. FPS is sitting humbly at 66, 67 FPS. So far, that doesn't seem to be much of an impact. Okay, and red dots are the actual train stations. Nice. That's a good one, Hunter. I like that. Yeah, exactly. Now, I need to unload a whole bunch of stuff, so I've got all of these shipping pads that we can get rid of. And I actually prefer trains over cargo and shipping pads. So this is going to work out really nice. Where is all my spare equipment at? Nope, not that way. And see all these long belts? We can get rid of all those long belts now. We don't have to have them splashed all over the map when you only need a train rail. Because that's a lot of products sitting on the belts, not being utilized because they're basically waiting to be used. So all the resources on the belts are unused resources in between a point of excavation and a point of use. So we can start eliminating that issue. That's so awesome. I wonder if animals will wander across the train tracks. Train rails. Alright, where's my equipment box at? I know it was down here near the middle. I didn't see it. Those are all the liquids. Oh no, I lost my equipment box. Hang on. That's not it. That's crazy. Those things are not hard to spot, and I don't see it. Don't think I put it up here. Maybe I did. I thought I had it on the ground out of the way, but maybe it's up here. Ha! Oh boy. These things don't stack. All right. That's not our biggest box. Why have I got two orbital uplinks? Can I put that in a shredder? Maybe put those in a shredder? Invalid item in machine. Invalid item in machine. Okay, well, that kind of sucks. Let's organize a little bit. Let's take the shipping pads out. and take cargo pads out. Haven't had to use train signals yet. Take those. Don't need signs. Don't need biomass, that's for sure. Probably don't need cones. Oh, there's a large container. 32 by 32 slots, so 3, 6, 9, 10. That's one of these containers. It just looks like glass. All right, 32 slots. All right, everything else is product that we need in places. And plop, plop. The rest is stuff we need to drop off. Okay, cool. And of course we have the new equipment, which is the chemical. Let's see what that looks like. It is a chemical. It's a modular, which is going to use those intakes, liquid intakes. It's a modular building called a modular chemical something. Modulars, here we go. Heavy caster base. And then there's the Xeno power. Concrete and steel, concrete and steel, concrete and steel. Requires foundation, blast resistant. It's a modular. These are modular buildings also, which should be up here. Every one of those are modular buildings. Just like those. I want to see what this looks like. All right, 200 concrete. Oh, that's right. We removed a few. No storage containers down here. This should have just been an elevator. Oh my God, there's no storage up here either. Well, Rocket's a bonehead. There's absolutely no storage for concrete. All right, I only needed 200. Let's see what this monster looks like. Takes a little bit to handcraft this bad boy. We're running a little long today on stream because we started quite late today, so... Almost there. There we go. We're going to finish up at the top of the hour, basically. Yeah, not too bad.
I was really tired before that.
Yep, no worries. Okay, well, we got only a small... a small vision of it. Oh, and you can't walk through it either. All right, let's get our building clipboard out and see what it looks like. Building clipboard. There it is. Whoops, I just jumped off the platform. Processes liquid metal from the blast furnace into various metallurgical products like plates and rods. No construction site active to modify the building. It just... Okay, so let's take a look and see. Oh, that's it. A casting module. Input module, output module. Seems reasonable. Right. So 3 belts on one side for the outputs. Oh, I bet those belts, they need to be super super speedy. All right, 1 liquid input and a 3 belt output. They look like blue belts. Kind of hard to tell. And I'm facing the structure. So that means belts will output on the right and liquids will input on the left. All right, so that makes sense. So there's a space of 3 blocks for belts, and that'll be the pipe input. That should match. Hang on a second. Let's put that away. The liquid output for the blast furnace so far is 2 little ones. These are air inputs. Oh, is the blast furnace different now? Don't tell me I have to deconstruct this whole thing and put a new one in. That will suck. Molten liquid outputs are small pipes. Oh boy. Yeah. Looks like I'm gonna have to run either 2 adapters on the small pipes, which I believe we have. What happened to our music? Oh boy. All right, the adapter pipes. Well, let's do this. Let's take a look and see what the blast furnace looks like, because they might have changed. They might have changed what it looks like. Shoot. Oh, hang on a second, guys. Okay, sorry about that.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Just had to get some appointments rescheduled for Peanut. The week gets jammed up with appointments. It's just crazy. Okay, let's see. I need to be holding 600 concrete and 600 steel and 300 machinery parts. So let's just grab the concrete first. I have a feeling the blast furnace configuration has changed. So I'm just going to have to see if it looks different or if we're going to be using adapters. And then I'm going to put a storage box on here for concrete because there isn't any. And I need a buffer. Yeah, so Hunter, homeschooling has been pretty good. A few minor bumps here and there, but nothing really that impacts how well he's been doing. It's just a little bit of attitude things going on, but that's all. All right.
Teenager, there's going to be
That's
attitude.
right. That's right. All right, steel. Steel does have a box, so we'll grab some of that right here. And we want to have 600 of that. We've got 246. And that should be enough. Nope, 300 advanced machinery parts. And then we should have enough to be able to take a look at if blast furnace has a new configuration. All right, so advanced machinery, there it is. I mean advanced electronic parts.
I am going to call it for the night. I started falling asleep a few minutes ago. About
All
10
right.
minutes ago, I started dozing off, so
No
enjoy
worries.
the rest of the game, and good luck with the homeschooling, and
Yeah, thank
have
you.
a good weekend, and see you on Monday.
Have a great weekend, Bandit. Thanks very much. All right, let's utilize this space again because I know blast furnaces are big. Big, big, big. What? What the heck was that? Said a message about not all crafting something was queued because of missing materials? And yet it just used up. What? I didn't even get to place it. Oh my god, that's a huge glitch. That just used up all 600 of the concrete, used up 600 steel, and 300 advanced machinery parts. And it didn't even place the base down. How could it be missing materials? I had all of the required materials because I've got something left over for concrete, something left over for advanced machinery, and something left over for steel. What the hell? Circuit boards, 200. I got plenty of those. Well, thanks for using up all those materials for absolutely no reason. What the hell was that all about? Oy vey, hang on just a second. Okay, sorry about that. Same people, same schedule mix-up, same fix. I can't win for losing. All right, well, I don't see any of those materials laying anywhere on the ground, so they just literally just vaporized. So I might see, did they even change? Let's see if there's a change in the graphics of the information database. Or is it broken out as modular build? Yeah, modular buildings. Oh, they had virtually nothing in here anyway on modular buildings. So blast furnace does not have, that I know of. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Oh, that's not a blast furnace. Blast furnace. That's not a blast furnace. These are all old graphics. All right, so no help there. All right, let's see if we can do this again without losing all of the materials needed. Oy vey, what a pain that is. Good song. Now, when that fills up and it becomes an excess, and that's a side load. So when this box will fill up based on what's being produced by the entire line for concrete. This belt is full. If production can't keep up and this belt lags for any reason, a side load will fill in the gaps. So that's a good reason to have a buffer set up. We're actually going to take... We're going to take that. Oops. Why is it doing that? Stop that. Let's do 600 split. That's really all I need is 600 in my own pocket. And then 600 steel. One, two, three. Oops. Sort. 1, 2, 3, plus a little bit more. We might as well take some for ourselves as well. 1, 2, 3. And then advanced electronics are in a box. Should leave it right here. Now, that's how much? That's 300. There's 300 in there. I really don't need to carry too many. So the requirement is 6, 6, and 300 plus 200 electronics. All right, 300 machinery, 200 circuit boards, 600 steel, 600 concrete. And a place to put it. Now it says it is 26 by 26. That's plenty of room. And that's plenty of room. Okay. Not all crafting actions got queued because of missing crafting materials. Well, that's 2 sets of 600 I just lost. What the hell? Gonski. Gonski. What the hell? So the game's glitched out? We can no longer place a blast furnace? That's game breaking right there. So we don't even know what the new one looks like. Oy vey, people, this is killing me. So we just lost 1,200 concrete, 1,200 steel, 600 advanced machinery parts, and 400 electronic circuit boards. It's a good thing I overproduce everything in my factories. So it said some sort of message about not queued up because of missing crafting materials. Yeah, missing because you took them all and poofed them. Oh my god. Seriously. Alright, I can't think of a way to get around that. Alright, so let's say because the game is broken, and we can no longer place blast furnaces at all, let's take into consideration that we do have 2 outputs of the smaller version, and our piping should allow us to adapt. Okay, so we're going to be using this large liquid intake on the new machine because that's the only input there is for it. There is a reducer. There is a reducer adapter that goes from pipe size up to pipeline size. So you notice these are all called pipeline, the large ones. So there is an adapter, a reducer that goes from pipe to pipeline or pipeline to pipe, however you want to look at that. I would have thought they would be in pipes, but that's all robot stuff. Barrels, liquids, pipes. Where are the pipes? Here's the pipes. I don't see a reducer anymore. Oh, here it is. Pipe to pipeline pump. Pipeline to pipe pump. There they are. Okay. Foundry is, I believe it is in early access. Let me check something really quick. Yeah, it's not reached full release. It's on version 0.6. Yeah. Oh, I don't even have to check. It's right here at the very top of the screen. This is it. So that's what it looks like. I know it's not in the right place, but it takes normal pipe, this size, and converts it into pipeline that size. Let's see, when was the release? When was that? May 3rd, 2024, yeah? We're 2 days away from the 2-year anniversary. Yeah, how about that? 3 days for you guys, 2 days for us. Now, the only thing is, we're going to have to leave enough room because we're going to have 2 of these. And I don't remember at what height that was at. Oops. Whee! I'll have to put these up on blocks to get them up to the right height. But we'll have 2. And then I'm actually going to have to space these wide enough apart for pipeline to go in. Because I'm going to have to make a T section to utilize both of the liquid ports. Hopefully the volume will be enough. And then I'll have to put a, that's not going to be on the center line. Those are going to be moved over. Oh shoot, I was going to pause the dang. We're going to be using a T. So those will actually have to be spread apart a little bit. The T's not going to end up in the center. And then, of course, we'll have to have one of these. Rotate axis. Oh. This is a small to a large. Aha. Is that a small to... That looks like just a cap. So does that. Does that actually attach? See, I don't know if that's attached, but I reckon it is attached. If that's the case, we can just use a T. I reckon we'll be able to do that from those 2. Yeah. So we won't need either of those. What was the footprint of that bad boy? 27 by 27. So it's actually one block bigger than the blast furnace itself. That's stupid. So 27 by 27. It's going to put us right there. That's the footprint. One block wider than the blast furnace on both sides. So 26 more on this side. But that's right up against that face, which we cannot have. So probably better to go 28. Because that is one block there, and that's one block there. Yeah. Wow. Just enough space. How about that? Replaces all of that. Hoy vey. All right, well, that's it's going to be a fun build. Quit wasting fuel, rocket. Rocket fuel. There's a palindrome. Quit wasting rocket fuel, rocket. All right. Well, we'll be recovering a lot of resources off of those. I reckon that's what we'll be doing Monday. I don't know if there's going to be a bonus stream this weekend. Quite possibly, but... Well, no. I take that back. No. I keep forgetting I got a few things planned up for this weekend. I should save that to the cloud also. Let's see. I should have Foundry in the Discord. Yeah. So I'm going to, after stream, pop that into their bug reports. Might have to scan through to see if anybody's mentioned it first, or just do a search. Oh, you know what I did not notice? Power connections. Right, so if we take a look at this, when I was looking at this building, I was looking at, of course, the ports on the other side are for the output, or no, there's the outputs there. There's the input. I didn't see how many blocks high that was. This looks like a power connection right here, low voltage. Really? That's a low voltage, not high voltage? That's got to be a high voltage connection. Encountered a bug with the new heavy caster. After connecting power to the completed heavy casting building, I was unable to select dismantle from the modular building planner tool. Yeah, because you have to disconnect power to dismantle it. Okay, anyway. I'll run through this and see if I find anything in regards to the blast furnace. And if there's nothing in there about the blast furnace, yeah, we'll have to take a look at that. All right. Yeehaw. All right, Mr. Hunter, have a great weekend, mate. Thanks for coming by and supporting the stream. Really, really appreciate it. Just taking a look at our community. You know what? Everybody's out on Friday night here in Australia, but it's not Friday night in the US. Nobody's on. El Widow's playing some old school RuneScape. YOLO's playing some Dead by Daylight. But we just raided him. Wow. Quite a bit of Microsoft Flight Sim. Well, we may just end stream and then pick up where we left off on Monday. I'm going to do a little bit of investigating on that to see what's what. All right, then. No raid for today, so no worries. Have a great weekend, Hunter and Bandit. And, oh gosh, who else did we see today? Mr. YOLO in the lurk. That would be silly to lurk him. I mean, to raid him. He's lurking on our stream. And, of course, Mr. Zombie and Mr. Jack PS9 and Mr. Secatera. Yeah. And Jack is not actually streaming right now. Why is Jack not streaming? Well, he's not streaming, so anyway. All right, then, let's go over to our, where's that? Scene. Yeah, this one. Let's check and see what our weather got up to. It feels kind of warmish. So we started at 72. Actually started at 69 this morning, but we got a refresh to 72, and we got up to 83 today. Feels like 90. Yeah, I knew it felt a little bit warm, so humidity is high, and a few scattered showers off the coast. Not horrible. I hope everybody has a great weekend. As the Western world enters their They're TGIFriYAY. All right, we had a pretty good week. We'll see how we go on the next scene here. This is where all the official thank yous happen. Thanks to everybody that came by. Hope you have a wonderful morning, evening. Mr. Hunter, Mr. Zombie, Mr. Jack, Mass Bandit, Sakatera. Thank you all. And even if you didn't chat and you were just a viewer, thank you very much for your viewership. And hope you have a great weekend, everybody. Be safe, be well. See you next time.